for joining today SMC. My Rugman said, "Are you alive, Rugman?" But the ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
Open up my eyes so I can see again. 'Cause ever since you left, it's never been the same. Through the smoke I see you wandering.
Mic check 1 2.
Seen you before, looking lost like a child. Who's never ever been here before. Through the smoke, I know you're miles away from Chicago to LA. I'd go anywhere for you. Like smoke, you disappear in the night.
Thanks for joining today.
Smoke, I see you wandering like I've never seen you before. Looking lost like a child who's never ever been here before. Through the smoke, I know you're miles away from Chicago to LA. I'd go anywhere for you. Like smoke, you disappear in the night.
Bum, 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 bum. So intense, so intense.
And thanks for joining today, Frakberg.
Frankberg. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Bum bum bum. Claps. There we go. Oh.
Welcome and thanks for joining today SMC_Nate_.
Woo! Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here for the intro dance. Happy to have you all here for the Clarkio Shenanigan Show. I'm your host, Clarkio, live here every week on Fridays at 12:30. The beat just hit me, you know? It just hit me. Right here on twitch.tv/Clarkio, youtube.com/Clarkio. What'd you do? What happened? What's going on? Okay. Weird. Right here. Twitch.tv/Clarkio. youtube.com/Clarkio. Every Friday, 12:30 p.m. We're here. It's the Clarkio Shenanigan Show. I'm your host, Clarkio. It's time for an intense, focused, ultimate stream. So strap into your seats and be ready for fun. All right. The music, I felt warranted the seriousness. Focus. Thank you for being on YouTube as well, Rugmat and May watching over there for the ad-free experience. I'm your host, Clarkio. What do we have in store for today, in case you're new here, or as a reminder for folks that may not remember? We start off just chatting like this, talking about wins of the week. If you don't know what that is, !WOTW, type that into the chat, and the bot will respond to you and tell you what that's about. So we start off with that, just chatting, talking about wins of the week. Then we get into Wordle and connections. Wordle, you want me to lose. Connections, we work together to beat that. And then we get into the technical segment of the show, which we're going to get back on track, trying to build things out further in the WOSplus.com website, the tool to help you play words on stream, whether you're a streamer or a player. It's helpful. Okay? that's what we're going to do today. If any or all of that interests you, I hope you stick around and hang out and have some fun with us. If not, totally understand. I want you to use your time wisely. If you got to go, you got to go. And I hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Maybe we'll see you in the future stream. All right. On that note, let's say hello to everybody. Logistics wise today, I need to end around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That should be planned. And now, so because of that, I kind of want to jump into the technical segment and start making some coding progress today. Because I feel like I haven't done much of that off stream with the project. I haven't been working on it. So yeah, that's what's happening. Quick hellos to everybody that's in the chat. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you joining in right away. May and Rugmat both on YouTube and Twitch. Frackberg, TypeScript Tea Time. Great to see you. Welcome back. Hey ho. And then we dance with our eyebrows. True. Don't forget that part. That's a crucial, critical part of the show. And yes, you are right. No skipping Wordle. Right. We're not going to skip Wordle. You were jamming too hard. It couldn't handle it. I think so. That's what happened with the music there, Frackberg. Dance off. I love the green tint on the Matrix hands. LOL says May. Yeah. Speaking of, really quick, while we're here, let's go back to this. I wanted to fix something. You notice how these other multiple heads of me are in front of the main one? I need to switch that up, I think. I want to see if it looks better with the main camera, the middle one. Yeah, that one. Let's move that one up to the foreground. Yeah, and all these should be behind me. Does that look better, you think? A couple over my shoulder. You know what we could do with this is let's move this. Go back to where you were. Move OBS over here, and we're gonna start using that full screen real quick. Zoom on in. All right, we're gonna do this live, chat. Okay, ready? No skipping Wordle. I just said I wanted to focus and get into things, and then I jump into this. I know, I'm a knucklehead. What can I say? All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take this one. No, not that one. That one's going to stay there. Where's this one? That one's going to stay at this one. We're going to take this one, okay? We're going to move him. Hey, how you doing down there, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for being there. We're going to rotate you. Ooh, that's interesting now, isn't it? We're going to bring you down, and we're going to put you in here like this. What do we think about that? I think that looks okay. Okay, now we're going to do this one. We're going to bring you up here. We're going to rotate you 45 degrees that way. Bring it down a little bit. What do we think about that, chat? So it's like over my shoulder. Whoa. It's kind of trippy. What are these? What's with these little heads popping up behind me here? Are they proportional, you think? I like that. You should mirror the ones on one side, like this one. Let me flip this. Let's transform. Flip. Like that.
J867898 followed.
Thank you for that.
8678.
What do we think of this? What do we think? Is that better? I think that looks kind of cool like that. And then I feel like I should take the ones that are at the top, lock those in, lock that in. The main one, the one at the top. Maybe shrink these down a bit and rotate as well. One out of the corners like that. Shrink it down more. So don't really interfere too much. Oh yeah, I think that's good. No. It's got to fill the empty space. Hold on. We're gonna lock that upside down like that and put it there. Yeah. And same with this one. Shrink it down a little more. All right, what do we think, chat? kind of trippy. Then add the matrix. You gotta trigger that. Somebody trigger the matrix. Let's see how that looks on here. Oh. I gotta watch because then I'm covering up my little minions behind me. Okay, I think I like it. Let's keep it like that. Lock it in. Guess it's always good to switch it up from time to time, you know? Make the dance unique. I think the mirroring was a good idea. Except, should probably mirror the top right one. Where's that one? That one should be flipped horizontally. Yeah. So now when I look away, one way. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow, that's trippy. All right. Then add the matrix overlay. We got that. Okay. Cool. Back to business. All right. Wins of the week. What do you got, chat? What's happening? What's going on? What's positive in your neck of the woods? I would love to hear it. If you don't know what it is, exclamation point WOTW in the chat. I'm typing that in right now. Bada bing, bada boom. And you can see why we do that. You know, wins of the week today. I don't know. Because like I'm not trying to focus on the negative, but like for one, the last 2 nights I've not gotten a good amount of sleep. Not bad, but not good. Like I was getting 7 hours. You know, I was doing good, chat. I was doing real good. And then, so there's that. Been in my head about stuff a little bit, just in general, like silly things that happens to me from time to time, where I go through phases or moments in time where I'm just getting my head a little too much about stuff negatively. But on a positive note, let's see. As usual, families, I don't want to say as usual, but the one thing that I like to go to, being a parent, when the kids and the family are happy and healthy, that's a good thing. We had a successful week this week, I would say. And that's always good. I'm grateful for that. So I'll call that out as a win. Work's going pretty good too. Still, we had that video that I talked about last stream went live. Did you all check it out, by the way? I'm really proud of it. And in fact, we just had another one go live today, since that one was like a short one. So be sure to check that out. If you haven't, you can go to the Sneak YouTube. YT-Sneak is the command. Yes. youtube.com/@sneaksec. SNYKSEC. To check it out if you want to see more of me, more content about development and security and AI coding. I'm really proud of that. I'm like, in the sense of like just trying something new, challenging myself to do a different type of format, which is like a narration style video versus just kind of like doing almost like a live stream style video that I typically do, which is my comfort zone right now. So that was good. Speaking of, shout out to Sneak, company I work for. Hashtag not sponsored, not endorsed or anything like that, but thankful for my leadership affording me the time on Friday afternoons like this to stream on my channel. So big shout out to them. You can check it out at snyk.io to learn more or watch the videos. The videos are a great way to figure out and understand what we do. Frackberg says, cool, got Wordle and connections in before you played. Yes, that's good to hear. You also shared a win of the week. What was it? Where'd it go? I saw it. I had seen it. I just don't see it now. Where'd it go? Something about an anniversary of some sort. I saw in passing very quickly. Frackberg, where'd it go? Got it. Tomorrow is my 25th anniversary of breaking up with my wife. Our senior year of high school. Ouch. How is that a win? You knucklehead. That's not a win. I guess maybe at the time it was a win for you. I don't, like things weren't working. I don't know. What's up? In any case, thanks for sharing. It's a win. She hasn't killed me for it yet. Okay, there we go. Round of applause for that. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Oh, you know what's a win? I shared it in the Discord. If you didn't see, another win is I spun up a quick website for my short website to track the timing on the throne. And I'm very proud of it. And I've had some really good discussion with family about it. My father goes, son, you seem to have a real fixation on this. And I'm like, you think? Let's open that up real quick. I'll show it to you. Yeah. There you go. This is it. It's called Poop Timer. You can check it out. It stores everything in your browser. Website I'm going to drop into the chat if you'd like. Blank screen. Oh, what happened? Oh, you know what happened? Oh, this is wild. Let me switch back. I've been having problems. This is why I'm saying it's like a little bit of a negative week for me. I've just been having problems with this computer that have gotten worse. Like I've been having them, but they haven't been as bad. Yeah, pro streamer. They haven't been as bad, but they got worse this week. And I was just like trying my darndest to figure things out. Like my graphics driver, I have an NVIDIA GeForce graphics card. And I use the NVIDIA app to update the drivers for it all the time in the past. And for the past, I want to say 6 months, maybe more, I have not been able to update the drivers through the app. And then, I don't know, a few weeks ago, I was able to, what am I doing? It was a few weeks ago, I was able to manually install it, I guess you could say. Like outside of the app, which was not a fun experience, but got the job done. Main display full screen, right? Yeah. Did I lose that source? I gotta add it all over. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is, where's the existing one? Main monitor. All right, hold on. If we go to the scene, it is in that one, and main monitor. Device not connected or available. Okay. It's gonna be primary monitor. There we go. All right. Should be fixed now. So what happened is I updated my driver. I completely wiped out the drivers for the graphics card and then reinstalled them, and so that's why it like doesn't know what's what monitor wise. Now it should show. All right. So here's the poop timer. Okay, that's another win, I would say. You click start, starts the timer. You click done when you get up off the seat, or however you want to. However, I've been timing it like I'm done washing my hands and I'm walking out of the room. There's been debate about that between my family, between some folks in the Discord server on what's the correct way of timing this. And I think I could be convinced otherwise. I think I'm kind of being convinced otherwise, that like it's when you sit down and then when you stand up, like get up off that seat, and that should be the timing. But why? I'm glad you asked, TypeScript Tea Time. Why a timer, or why do I care about how much time I'm spending on there? Is that your question? Let me make sure I'm understanding your question first. Why build this, or why do I want to keep track of the time I'm spending in there? Which question is it? And I'll be happy to answer either or both. You let me know. In the meantime, what other wins of the week do you all have? What's my record? I got to go to the official source. I haven't really been using that. I think my record has been definitely under 2 minutes. I don't think I've broke under a minute yet. Yeah, I definitely haven't broke under a minute. I think my shortest has been like a minute 20. Why do I want to track? Well, a number of reasons. Like, I say this all kind of like jokingly around, but I just basically I've been spending in the past, I would spend way too much time sitting and waiting around. Part of my reasoning or why I would do that, why that habit built up, was a couple of things. One, not to get too graphic on things here, but you would go and I'd feel like I still have more, but it's not ready to be evacuated yet. Let's put it that way. And so then I would sit there and wait, and that could take some time. And then two, I would spend too much time just kind of just doing a whole lot of nothing on my phone, basically, like either on social media or whatever, like researching things or something like that. And, you know, wasting time, essentially. Doing things like consuming stuff that's not doing me any benefit. It's actually probably in a lot of cases affecting my mental state, getting a dopamine hit, stuff like that. So from that standpoint, this is the less time I spend in there, especially on my phone, which if I have the timer going and I want to watch the timer, then I don't use my phone. So it's another added benefit of this, or a side effect of this goal. And then two, I'm not consuming social media as much as I was before, which has been a net positive result too. So, and then I'm not sitting as long either. Like I already sit long enough at a desk for work stuff. So I don't need to be sitting in that room, adding to that sit time, right? Getting rid of the bad stuff is good, but enjoy your dump. Right, exactly. Ice cream tea time. So what I was doing was I was using the stopwatch on my phone to track it, and then I would write that down in my notes app just to kind of keep track of it. And I've been good. I've been like time wise, definitely sub 10 minutes every time. But definitely some improvement can be done. I want to get my average down. So in any case, that's a win though. I got that done. It got a good laugh out of my family. I sent it into the family chat, and some other friends, and then in the Discord too. And yeah, I plan on adding to this thing. I want to have a login so that you can. What did I want to do? Login. I want to log in so that you can keep track of your own. Like, because right now, like it's fine just running in the web page and storing the data in your browser. But I noticed that like families like, oh, we can compete. So I want to kind of like create a leaderboard. And in order to create a leaderboard, you need to have like be able to identify people if they want, and then they have to opt in to share their times with people and stuff like that. That's kind of where I'm going with it. It's been a fun little side project. Let's put it that way. So anyway, that's where things are kind of heading with that. And it's a good exercise. I've leveraged AI to build everything. And then review it and all that, and yeah. So anyway, that's what's going on, and that's a win. I got something built and done and shared with and out in the open. So there you go. Check it out if you'd like. Start using it. Let me know if you find any bugs or issues. Link is in the description and chat below. Did you decide on when to stop? Says Rugmat. Not fully. I think the discussion is still open. I think I'm leaning more towards what like. Family members have been saying like they think it should be when you're, you know, when you start when you sit down, you stop when you stand up type of thing, and not count for the like washing hands and everything like that. And then some other folks in Discord like Sean08 has similar perspective on it. So I think I'm being convinced that that's the correct way to track the timing of it, which then kind of like my numbers right now in terms of my times like are skewed then. Because I've been keeping track of from the time I sit down to the time I leave the room, basically. And, you know, you got to at least wash your hands for like 20 seconds. That's supposed to be the standard. So, but people brought up a good point. You might rush because you're being timed. You might want to keep your time low. So you might rush washing your hands, right? So it kind of de-incentivizes you to be hygienic in that way, which is kind of detrimental. In my mind, I was thinking like the whole goal here is to spend less time in there. So I'm tracking from start to finish type of thing. But I guess, you know, anyway, you could debate about it, but I think I'm leaning more in that direction, Rugmat, to answer your question. May says, win of the week, got my laptop back from the shop. That's awesome to hear. Congrats, and thank you for sharing, May. Love to hear it. Love to see it. All right. If there's any other wins of the week, drop them in chat. We'd love to hear more from you all. You don't have to share them now during this particular segment of the show, but we do make the focus of it right now, but we can do it later too. So if you think of something new or something comes up that's a win, let us know and we'll celebrate together. On that note, we're going to play Wordle. Now, if you're newish here and you don't understand what we're doing with Wordle, I'm going to explain it. One, Wordle is a word game. You got to guess the word. It's a 5-letter word every day. There's a new word every day. You get 6 guesses max. Otherwise, you fail and lose. But the way we play it here is if I get it in 3 or less guesses, I get a point. If it's 4, 5, or 6 guesses, you all get a point. And if I fail completely, you all get 3 points. And the score as of last stream is 0-4 for the year of 2026. This is only my 5th stream of the year. Is that true? Did we update it last stream? January 23rd was the last update. Uh-oh, I forgot to update it last stream, chat. Did we play last stream or did I have to go? I know I got distracted because of work stuff that came up, but I don't know. Now I gotta see. youtube.com/Clarkio. Look at the last stream. Did we ever? We played Wordle for sure. I know I started late. Yapped a lot. Oh, we never played Wordle last stream, did we? I don't see a moment where I play. Oh, there it is. I just never updated it, huh? Did I not update it? Well, that was quick. I got it in 3. I didn't even give myself a point last stream. I forgot. I got so excited. Wait a minute. Yeah, I entered it, but I never updated the score. I never updated the overall score. I got distracted. So from last stream, I got 1 point, and I never gave myself the point. Chat, how could you little sneaky cheaters, you? How could you do that to me? Look what it says here. 0. I won last week. I got a point. I did. Look, I got it in 3 attempts. Wordle 1,693 with 3 attempts. Clarkio. At 3:25 p.m. Yes. Let the record show. I got that and I never updated the score. Why would I be 0? That's a point for me. That's my first point of the year. How did I not update it? Okay, let's see if I can get my second point. I got way too distracted. That's nuts. Nuts, I say. I guess last stream started. Yeah, that's what was happening. I was totally distracted. A lot going on last week. All right, let's do this. I always start with shirt. Couch. Let's try pouch. Ooh. Okay. Is it conch? It's not OE. It could be OI. I think it's this. I don't even know how you pronounce it. Conch? I forget how you say it. What else could there be, though? It could be Kolsch. No, that's with an S, isn't it? Munch? No. It could be not. No, there's no T. Is there any way where there's an I in here? No. Conch. I think it's conch. Conch. All right, conch, final answer. Oh! You're getting a point, chat. What the heck could this word be? Oh, maybe it's OO. Like mooch? No way, man. Missed it by 1. I'll take that. I'll take that though. That's good. That's good for me. All right, I'm gonna give you all a point. Nicely done. It's 5-1. Oh, I forgot the lifetime score should be 31. 67 now. We'll say February 13th. Friday the 13th, baby. Ooh, scary. And let's put my results in here. And bada bing, bada boom. We got 4 out of 6 for Frackberg. We got 5 out of 6, 1 letter at a time from Rugmat. 4 out of 6 from Jen. Yanni, 4 out of 6. Who's winning this? Oh. Chris Jones got it in 3 out of 6. Nice job, Chris Jones. All right, next up is connections. Oops, I think we might have just gave something away there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Apparently there's superheroes connections potentially. That is probably wrong based on what I just saw Frackberg post in the connections channel. You still beat me today, says Rugmat. There we go. Yep. Thanks for the point. Yep, you're welcome. All right. We got Stark. Yeah, you should have spoiled that, Frackberg. Way to go, bud. Winston-Salem. Capture the flag. Oh, flag, banner. No. Utter. Sink, pure, banner. What the heck? Camel. Camel. Maybe something with water or a hump. Reseed. Sheer. Pure, sheer, utter. I feel like those go together, but I'm not sure what the fourth would be on that. Lesson. Standard. Man, what is this? There is a Friday the 13th in March also. Ooh, okay, May. Good to know. Parliament. This is the superheroes we're talking about here. Clark Kent. Is that like a real one? Seems like that's not the case. Based on what we see in Discord, unfortunately. Little spoilers. I don't see connections. Anybody that hasn't played already, do you see any connections that you'd like to share? We can do this together. Yeah, as long as it's not leap year, February and March always have the same date/days of the week. Ah. Excuse me. All right. What's up, Leica? Hulk is banner. Oh. I heard, though, through the a little birdie in my Discord shared that the superheroes are not going to be it, though. You just know you work rodeo March 13th, May. All right, fair enough. I should do it anyway? Why? You trying to make me lose? We're working together, Rugmat. We're supposed to... This one is not like a competition where you want to see me fail.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Danish Gujjar.
What's up, Danish? Good to see you, buddy. What's your win of the week? Oh, for the rainbow? Frackberg says, you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Like, it's the standard is also like a flag. Is it? Banner? Like flag, banner, standard, lesson. I don't know. I don't see any of these connections. Now it's gonna be like pretty obvious once we go through it. But sheer luck, utter luck, pure luck, standard luck, lesson luck, colors luck, banner luck, Wayne, Parliament camel, Salem flag, Stark luck, sync luck. Honestly, the blue category is kind of obscure. Okay, I'm thinking it's like sheer luck, utter luck, pure luck, and maybe standard luck or lesson luck. Standard maybe. No, one away. Yeah. So what is? I'm on to something with that. Lesson luck. I can't, like, colors luck doesn't make sense. Banner luck maybe. Flag luck. My hint that if the superheroes are the rainbow, then you need one in each category. Oh. True. Stark luck. Salem luck, banner. I think it's banner luck. No. Stark luck. Downright? Okay, it had nothing to do with luck. All right, we got 2 more mistakes available. All right. Banner, standard. Lesson, sync. Like, what is that? I don't even know what the word would be. I want to say standard, but like, what's the bar? You're setting the bar. This is the banner, the standard, the lesson, recede. No. Lesson learned. Sync. Synchronize. Sync. Standard. Banner. Flag. Let's try that. Oh, 1 away again. Is it lesson then? Ugh. Taste the colors, Duke. The colors. Taste the rainbow. It's the colors, Duke. The colors. Remember that commercial? Flag, sync, banner, lesson. They're all verbs. I need verbs. Recede. Kent? Fudgesicles. Flag. Pennant? Why does it do that right away? Let me see the results. Cigarette brands? Are you freaking kidding me? How am I supposed to know that? Homophones of ways to get smaller. Lesson. Recede. Sync. Wane. Sometimes this game makes me want to rip my hair out. All right. Chat, you didn't really help, so I'm just putting that in there. Told you blue was a bit obscure. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, let's get into words on stream. Words on stream. I never pushed the changes from last stream that we worked on it. Not last stream, but the last time we worked on it. So we're going to do that. And then I don't know actually what we're going to work on from there. Maybe we'll start working on the bot itself, actually. Methinks. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. We gotta switch categories. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Doop, doop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Actually, I have a branch already open for this, don't I? So I just need to merge this, basically. What am I doing here, then? Why does it say 7 changes? I think we can change that. Oh, I was trying to use agent browser here. Yeah, we can undo all this, basically. Get rid of them all. All right, we're gonna merge those. We're gonna merge this. Dun, dun, dun. Delete that branch. Git checkout main. Git pull. Clear. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We got some issues with this dependency. What's going on here? Allocation of resources without limits or throttling. Yeah, retro. What do we got to do? Dun, dun, dun. Remediation. Upgrade Undici to version dat or higher. Well, well, well. What you trying to tell me? Fixing that. No remediation available. Well, well, well.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today's early dev.
What's up, Surly? How's it going? Good evening. What are we building? Something we built already. It is called WoS Plus. I'll show you it in action right meow. Basically, there's a game that you can play on stream that you might be familiar with called Words on Stream. And as we would play this while I would eat lunch on my lunch break, it would we learned about different techniques you can use. You're familiar with it? Okay, cool. We learned different techniques that folks that I would call professional, not like they're getting paid to play it, but they are like advanced players of the game. And they would use certain techniques like sharing the big word, like if it was, I don't know, stream. And they would put it in all caps like that, stuff like that in the chat. Conglomerate, yeah. So they would do stuff like that. They would, and then when we would get to the level where it hides the words, I ended up would just bring up Notepad on my screen and like share. I would look at what people got in chat. They'd say, I'd see like, oh, Surly Dev guessed conglomerate, and then it would hide that answer, but you could see it in the chat, and you could see that Surly Dev shows up on the board. So that's how you know that that's what the word was. So I would just put that up. I would copy the message or type it out manually in Notepad. So I was like, why am I doing this manually? I can automate this. So I did. Yeah. So that's what we built out here. It keeps track of the current level. It keeps track of the personal best level for the channel, which only shows at the beginning of loading words on stream. This keeps it persistent there. So you have like a target to aim for to try and beat on that channel. It has the personal best for the day, and then how many times you've cleared the board, the sweeps. That's what that is up there in the top right. It shows the correct words down here. And we've gotten this where the other feature that we always wanted, and I've actually even talked with developers from Words on Stream about this, Surly Dev, is for them to show the missed words at the end of the round. So this tool does that. This tool, it doesn't give you... Basically, the idea of the tool is not to ruin the game. Not to do anything that ruins the challenge of the game in the sense of guessing words with the letters that are shown on the screen. But then using techniques that people in the community have come up with and automating that instead of people having to manually do those techniques, like the big word, like showing the guessed words and that type of thing. So with that in mind, one feature that is like highly sought after from everybody in the community that uses words on stream is showing the words that were missed. Like if you don't clear a board, sometimes you're like, what words? I don't know the words. All the words that could have been made with those letters, right? So there you go. Thanks for creating this tool. It's very, hey, good to see you, Leica. And Leica, thank you for using the tool and sharing your feedback with us in the Discord. I do make note of that. I do keep track of it. And I want to make sure you know that I don't want you to feel like you're not being heard in that regard. But I have your feedback. Like the one feedback that I recall that's still top of mind for me is showing the correct letters highlighted in this bottom right hand corner like you were suggesting. I still have that on top of mind, and I opened up an issue to keep track of that in my code repository for it too. So thank you for that, Leica. Appreciate that. Surely does. Okay. How do you get the list of words that were missed? That is where things have evolved over time. But I'll save you the story, and the main thing is I now only capture when people are using it, whether it's a streamer. There's a couple of streamers like Leica that use the tool and stream it that way. And then there's a few people like May and some other folks that use it as players where they'll connect it to other instances of the game that other streamers are hosting. And while that's happening, when people play and use the tool while they're playing it, if that level gets cleared completely, then we know every word for that level, and I store that in a database. I identify that board based on, this is another technique that advanced users of the game use. They memorize boards, players of the game, by the big word essentially and the layout. So I took that and I'm like, okay, I'm going to store boards or levels, if you will, by the big word, the alphabetically last big word in that level. And then I store all the words that go with it in the database, in my own database. And we are up to, I think I'm signed in here still on Supabase, right? We are oh, I got worried for a second. I loaded this up and I guess it's stored somewhere in my browser, how I was sorting, and I was like, uh-oh, we lost all the boards. I guess I was looking up Cauldron for that one. We are up to 1,503 boards that have been captured. And then I have a cron job, essentially, or a stored procedure in this database that will go through all the words in the slots column of the database and grab the words and store them in the words table. So that way, the way this works then to figure out missed words, if it's a board that we've seen in the past and it's been captured already, we know exactly what the missed words are. And so the accuracy is like 100% on that. In situations where we've not seen that board with that big word, or maybe it hasn't been cleared completely, then we have to kind of calculate that. And so in that situation, it will lean on the words table to see, okay, with these letters, what words from our words database can be made from there, and which one actually fits in the slot that was missed. A slot being like every alphabetically 4-letter word from start to finish for that board, and then 5-letter word or whatever, right? So the logic there is now been refined, since in the past we didn't take that into consideration. I would just throw every possible English word. So what I would do in the past before all this early dev, and anybody else that's learning how this is working, I just had like a word dictionary that I would I would take the letters that were used for that level and then have the logic go and pull from the word dictionary any words that could be made with those letters. The problem with that is not every word in the English dictionary is being used by Wordle. So it's better for us to capture the boards like this, and this has led to us having way more accurate results, because in the past when I was doing it with that logic, that approach, it would not add up. Like what would happen is, let's say there's like one slot between one slot that's a 4-letter word that we missed out of all the words, and it's in between another 4-letter word above it, before it alphabetically, and after it alphabetically. And sometimes what would happen is the missed words results at the end of the level would show like 3 possible words that could fit in that slot. So you don't really know which one was the right one in that regard. So now that we've taken this board approach, we've, at least from what I've seen and from what I haven't heard from anybody saying we've had those issues anymore, right? It's been highly accurate. Like it says, I know some other streamers that would track words in/not in game and report it. So I am wondering if they have an official word list. I imagine words on stream folks do. They have some dictionary that they probably manage somewhere. You know what? I don't know. I try to think of it in the way of like, how would I approach it? I imagine they probably just generated a bunch of boards, a bunch of levels, let's say, to some degree. And one, I don't know how they calculate. There must be some way that they calculate difficulty for the higher level boards in terms of like choosing harder words, maybe. But I imagine they generated levels is how they figured it out, is what I would guess. And then for each level, they have these boards that will go on that level type of thing. And so then from there, then they had a word dictionary, I think. I don't think they pull from words randomly. I think they make levels first and like choose what words to do for those levels and generate that. And then that creates the word dictionary in a way. But I think they probably take the approach of creating the levels or the boards. And they probably, actually, now that I think about it, because you could see, I feel like I've seen the same board at different levels. Like, so there's probably like a level difficulty range that a board is probably assigned for. So like, I don't know, let's look at board absence here, right? That board, that one might be a valid board for levels 1 through 10, but it won't be used for any levels higher than that, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing. I might be wrong on that. Like I says, it definitely seems curated because they release new boards every so often. Yes. And that's the beauty of this, is that the more time we play it, the more time we'll catch those boards, basically. And we've slowed down significantly in terms of capturing boards. Like they're like at the point now where we probably capture only somewhere between 1 to, I'd say 5 boards a week now, if that. That might be a little too generous. Like, it might be just 1 board a week that we capture nowadays, given the amount of streamers that are using the tool and the amount of players that are using it at the time. If we had more people, we might be capturing more. I don't know, though. I feel like we've kind of plateaued in the sense of like we've captured all the possible boards that are currently available, unless the words on stream folks are adding more as over time type of thing. So there is that. All right, let me catch up on some chat messages here a bit. Frackberg says, I just want to say this game is horrible for my dyslexia. Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. May says, I love the tool. Appreciate that, May. So all that sparked from Surly Dev's question. Hope that helped, and hope that sounds interesting to you. Okay. Are you doing image recognition or reading the HTML data? I am. So the game itself, Words on Stream, operates over a WebSocket for the most part in terms of like showing the results. And so like there's, for every thing that happens in the game during the level, like when the letters cycle, when somebody guesses an event, it's all an event that gets raised on the WebSocket channel.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
So I have 2 things that's happening with this. I'm listening to the Twitch socket for Twitch messages to track and correlate that to the correct guesses that happen on the WebSocket for Words on Stream, especially for the level that, level 19 and higher is when the answers are hidden. So I need to, prior to that, the game's WebSocket server shows me, like Surly Dev guessed conglomerate, and I'll see that and I'll be able to show that in correct words like that way. But for level 19 and above, I can't rely on that. It ends up showing just question marks. It's like it shows Surly Dev guessed question mark letters. It's like each individual letter of the word that you guessed shows up like that. So that's the main way that this tool operates, is listening to the game's WebSocket server and then Twitch chat. Hello?
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
I'm gonna go help Mrs. Clarkio bring in some groceries. Hold on. I'll start the game though, so you can all play. It didn't connect. Hold on a second. All right, so I missed that because I loaded it. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Fushares. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Nightbot. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
All right. Surly Dev, we use the bots. That's another thing that's a common technique in the community, is using bots to help when you don't have enough players to make enough guesses, because you get locked, right? When you guess a word correctly, you get locked from guessing again. That's part of the challenge for a number of reasons, to give other people a chance and whatnot. But sometimes you just don't have enough players, especially at the higher levels when it goes faster. You got to use bots to like put in some of your other guesses for you, essentially. So there's that. All right, I'm gonna be eating lunch too, so I'm turning on autopilot. Okay, are you doing image? I read that already. That's creating this tool. Thanks for creating this tool. It is very helpful. I'm glad to hear that, Leica. To get the list of the words missed. I talked about that. Leica says, have you considered having a reference dictionary or official word list like some of the cheater sites? No. I have it all stored in my database though. If people want that, I can. I mean, it's I think it's pretty publicly exposed anyway. Is that the mirror? Let's make sure. That's not the mirror right now. May, hold on. I'll get the mirror link for you. Sorry. So you can watch the stream on YouTube, Leica, but the game is not listening to the messages there. And so your guesses won't count if you try to guess on YouTube. What else did I miss? All right, Surly Dev, I think I answered your question about how am I getting the slots. That's coming from the WebSocket as well. All that information. Like it says, I know some other streamers that would track words in/not in game and report it, so I'm wondering if they have an official word list. What else did I miss there? Surly Dev says, if you want to test your app against words on stream, I may have a few digital friends that can help out. What do you mean? What do you mean by test it against words on stream? We've tested this quite a bit on stream. How do you parse what level and work out the word slots on each level? Some kind of video analysis? No, it's all provided from the WebSocket server. You can inspect it and you'll see the, over the network traffic, you'll look at the WebSocket. And you can see all the messages that come through and the data that way. What's up, Frank and BioCow? Good to see you both. For folks that are just joining, if you have a win of the week, would love to hear it. Let us know in the chat and we'll celebrate together. Celebrate the good stuff happening in your world. Like it says, it definitely seems curated because they release new boards every so often. Yep. Frackberg says, LOL, letters move enough in my mind. When you actually start moving them around, it really gets trippy. Yeah. Well, that's another reason why we do this. We just show it right here. Boom, done. And they won't move on you. I know that takes away from some of the challenge of the game, but it also makes it more accessible for people that like Frackberg talking about dyslexia. Frank, thanks for saying hi to Miss Clark, yo. Good old Canadian spelling. Yeah. Frank says it said hello to your wife, but I guess it's too late now. Yeah. Leica says I should just get Turbo. I consider the same thing, Leica. I pay for YouTube so that I don't have to see ads there. Should probably do the same with Twitch. Gotcha. I will support the ads then. Oh, thanks. I mean, I appreciate that, Leica, but just know that I don't stream for financial gain. I stream because I just enjoy the community, enjoy building in public, and I've been doing it since 2018. And that's my motivation for it. I have a full-time job and all that kind of stuff supporting me and my family financially, so I don't push the financial. Not to say that not to say that I disagree with people doing that or anything like that. I'm just saying for my own personal reasons. That's not the motivation. 2018, damn, you're so bull. Hey, Frank, simmer down. What else did I miss in chat here? Early Dev says moving the letters around actually helps in some cases. Yes, it does for me, it helps give me. I tend to look at both like the static letters and the moving letters. That gives me some more ideas of guesses and stuff like that. Sorry you all lost. You can restart if you'd like. It should automatically happen. Like it says, yeah, I hear you. It's a fun hobby for me too. There you go. BioCow, win of the month. Got a title change, added AVP. What's AVP? No extra money, but more vacation. And I guess they'll expect more from me going forward. Oh, well. I'm not sure. What's AVP mean? BioCow, if you don't mind explaining that to my dumb mug. Assistant Vice President. Dang, BioCow, congrats. That's freaking awesome, man. Thanks for sharing your win of the month with us. And round of applause for you. Celebrate that win. May says, I see the changes now. Okay, cool. Surly says, whenever I have tried to solve anagrams like this, I often write them on a piece of paper in random positions. He streams because he loves us, chat. I do. I love chatting and interacting with you all. That's my motivation for it. Part of working remotely, like this is definitely helps me. Talking with people. Lately, my team at work has been like we've all been so heads down on things that like nobody's like talking. And it's kind of been bumming me out. We're just super busy lately. all over the company. All right, I gotta stop yapping and eat. Lunch break here. May, you said so the big word is still small. Are you changing that? What do you mean by small? You want it even bigger than this? Compared to what it was. Ah, okay. Making a mess over here. Oh, another win. I would say my pipes seem to be good after the freeze that happened here. And I don't want to jinx it or anything, but we don't have any leaks or nothing like that, so that's good. We'll take that, you know? Yeah. I think you were here when I was talking about it on a previous stream, Frank, no? My pipes froze that on the line that came, that was the feed of water to my house, because it got below freezing here, which is rare. And I didn't know I was supposed to cover this pipe that was exposed above ground that comes into my house, and that's what froze. And I had to get a hairdryer, warm it up so it would melt, and that worked at least, and there was no other issues. Every day is a freeze. I hear you, like, I hear you. Okay, you never seen your name above 4? Oh. No, so there's like I think it's common just in the southeast US, but maybe beyond that. I had never, I grew up north. We never really dealt with this, but we have a backflow preventer, and we have to get it tested yearly here. And that's the part of the pipe. So it's like the feed that comes in from the city, water source to the house. It goes underground, but then it comes above ground right next to the house. And then it has this like backflow preventer thing. You can actually cut the water from there if you needed to. And anyway, that part is exposed above ground. Otherwise, it would just be completely underground into the house. But yeah. So because of that, because of the freeze and the wind chill and everything like that, that just froze up.
I don't need nobody.
Like I said, just started to see some grass here since Christmas week. Been snow on the ground since, wow.
I don't need nobody.
Yeah, exactly, Frank. The main feed of water that comes in from the city source, it's not all exposed. There's just one portion of it that pops up above ground for this backflow preventer thing device that's hooked up to the pipe, and then it comes back. Then it goes back underground and comes into the house. There you go, bio cow number 2. Yeah, I figured that, Frank. Gonna get a brain freeze over here. Kind. See how it figured that out? It was just that one. What the heck? How are there no definitions, Rugmat? Or is the bot just mistaken? Wow, Cal, it's hard to compete with some of the folks in here because they play like, they're like, I consider them professionals. You think he broke the definitions spot? Nah. Yeah, of course. Frank says, for next time, knowing that running water freeze less easily, one winter it was at an above ground pool was still not winterized, but because the pump was running, nothing froze. Oh, yeah. I heard that. The other big aspect of that is that even if it is freezing, if a little bit of water is moving at least, that'll keep the pressure from building up in the pipes and bursting, which is another big... So we did run the water a little bit after. What's up, Workout? Or AKA Ordinary. Workout, what's your win of the week if you got one to share? Win of the week is it's warm enough outside to work out in the garage again. Nice. Congrats on that. And thank you for sharing. Excuse me. Maracas and Mars. Rugbat says, hey, Emirates is just the word not found, but it seems every word is not found. Yeah. What's up, Sean A? Just popping in to say hi for my flight. Hey, have a good flight, Sean. Appreciate you. Popping in like that. Safe travels, bud. You think it's definitely not a word? Yeah. Dram and Grim. Nice job on that one. It's kind of tough. Wow, you knew that one right away. No, what squad? Frank. I feel like I've seen Fritz talking about squad or something like that. I didn't see what it was though, Frank. I just saw the title of his stream was that one time. Something about my squad is better than yours or something like that. Create a team, aka a squad of AI agents with each a specialty. Let me find you a video. Okay, yeah. Let me see it. I'm down. Check it out. We got hybrid ready, hardy. So we got tardy. Dang. Everything I'm thinking of, everybody's already guessed. All right, between braid and habit, there's 3. Dairy, diary, dirty, rabid. Dang. Guesses. All right, let me see this, Frank. All right, we'll check this out once we lose here. Is it something Fritz made? Oh, created by Brady Gaster. Oh, okay, cool. Remember Brady? I interviewed with Brady back in the day. Bringing back that memory. Oh yeah, that should have been top of mind then, BioCow. Alright. I'm done with that. I'm gonna throw out this, clean up my lunch here, and then go from there. While you all are still playing and doing well, I'm gonna get what did I say we need to do next? I know I want to do a chat bot for it. Excuse me. We do have Leica's suggestion, show correct letters mid-level. That's an issue that I have open. Oh, at the end of the level, share words missed into so we need the next big features to start adding are chat related features. So I need to create a chat bot. So that's really only helpful before the big word is there. Yes, player view or streamer view. What's that comment in regard to, May? Player view or streamer view? You're talking about Leica's suggestion? I think it was in both views is the idea. So yes, before the big word is guessed. What needs done? Oh. What needs done? I think I really want to get the bot going today. Things to fix, yeah. I know things aren't perfect on the UI side of things for WoS Plus website. And I definitely plan to keep adjusting and enhancing things there, but I want to switch it up to keep my I'm getting kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Not bored, but I just feel like we've been kind of lingering on that a little bit too long when it's like it gets the job done for the most part as is right now. And I feel like I'm getting too into the weeds of trying to get it just right and perfect before moving forward to the next thing. And so it's like, it's one of those things where I need to just come back to it. Okay, new stuff versus correct stuff. Yep. So that's kind of where my head's at least today and right now, is like, let's switch it up. Let's go bot. Yeah. Because there's like so many things, helpful things that will greatly improve the overall experience with having a chat bot. That the little nagging things here and there that just don't make the experience as good as it could be on the UI side of things can kind of wait for now. All I hear is this project's boring. I could be working on my poo timer. There is that too. I considered working on that on stream today, but I opted not to. I have should have a repo for this already though, I think, because we had worked on it in the past. We can pause WoS Plus to work on poop timer. You think so, May? I have WoS Plus API. Is that really is that my bot? I guess that's the one. I don't know. Do I really want to call that the API though? I should call it WoS Plus bot and not WoS Plus API. I need coffee but don't want to leave this game. All right. I mean, we could pause it and wait for you to go get coffee. We've done that before for other folks. Okay, so after this level, we could do that. Leica says, I just want WoS to stop resetting after 24 to 48 hours. Not your problem though. Yeah, I hear you on that. I've not personally experienced that since I'm not running a 24/7 stream, you know. So May says, in my opinion, washing hands should not count in the timed event. Okay, I think everybody's basically given that feedback, so we're gonna go that route with it. Thank you for that input, May, and everybody else has kind of done that too. All right, I'm gonna create a new repository and start fresh here though. WoS plus bot. Want the chat bot for live streams. Streams running words on stream. Alright, words on stream game. Gonna make that one private though. Say node is ignore, leave me on, no license. Create the repository. Time to hydrate. Let me turn off the autopilot really quick. Go ahead and get your coffee, BioCow, if you like. What are we up to? 28. It's a good run right now. BioCow, I paused it from going to the next round so that you can go step away if you need.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Ayush Sharma.
What's up, Ayush? Yeah, hit me with your question. What you got? What's your question? What's your question? In the meantime, I gotta get this layout set up properly. You haven't heard clear yet? Yeah, because I think it looks like we only got one clear so far, it says. How is your company dealing with this AI topic? So this question's from Ayush. How is your company dealing with this AI topic? My company that I work for, like Sneak, SNYK, we see the writing on the wall and have embraced it basically. So essentially, we've kind of not pivoted. I wouldn't say we pivoted. I would say we just kind of like slowly, you know, we were on this one track down this way and we've kind of like moved everything from there slightly to the right or slightly off of that to add in the fact that AI is doing what it's doing or having its moment, you know? Okay, no problem. Basically treating it like ghosts. No, not treating like it's a ghost. Like we're embracing it in the sense of internally, our engineering and product organization and the part of the team that I'm on are using and utilizing AI daily, if not at least weekly, I would say. In that regard, I'm assuming that's what you're kind of asking about. Like, how is the company doing? Like, company's starting to use it. I have not seen it at my company where it's like, you know, all this fear mongering that's going on about AI taking engineering jobs. especially like the recent article. Let's talk about this really quick, actually, because I have some thoughts and opinions on that recent article that came up from, I don't even know who it is, some dude that's a CEO at some AI company. So let me put it this way. The short of it, in terms of my opinion of AI, is it's like more like I try to keep a balanced look at it. I'm not a hater of it, but I'm not a huge like hype man of it at the same time. So that's kind of my stance on it. And that's the sentiment and feeling that I get from my company too, and my leadership as well. So with that in mind, when I see all this talk about, it's been going on for years now, AI replacing developers, impacting their jobs completely to where there's not going to be any more engineers. I think that is, I think that's the wrong take, at least right now and for the foreseeable future. And the reason that's the wrong take is I don't think, from what I see in the experience that I see and from other people that I talk with and their experience and results, it's not at the point that all these people that hype it up are trying to make it out to be. Like, when, let's take it this way. Did you all hear about like Claudebot or Moltbot or OpenClaw as it's named now, but the original name being Claudebot? I saw people getting all hyped up about that, talking about how that is AGI, artificial general intelligence, meaning it can think for itself like a human, at the level of a human. And that's not the case. In my opinion, I don't know like what the strict definition is of artificial general intelligence, but the idea is it can think creatively on its own. That's not what's happening. Like, it's just, you're giving it tasks and it's predicting based on patterns how to accomplish that task. And then it self-feeds itself new data to then detect new patterns, and this loops on that. So that's the stage we're at right now when it comes to AI. It's like, before it was just a chat thing, and it would just, you give it a question or a prompt and it would figure out, look at patterns and data that it had, figure out the patterns based on what you prompted it to give you some type of response related to that prompt to basically identify, here's the result of that pattern that I found. Okay. And it's still doing that. It's not actually artificial intelligence what we have right now. It is large language models that are trained on the data that we as human beings have come up with and written and put on the internet for it to ingest. And then it looks at all that. It has the capacity and brain, like energy and, brain power, if you will. I know I'm saying that while saying it's not AI, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it has the capacity more so than we do to absorb all that, go and then reference those things. Whereas like our brains, we don't have the capacity to memorize and store all of that information on the internet and then recognize those patterns, right? Like, we don't have the ability to do that, but you can do that with computers. So anyway, that's what large language models, my dumbed down, not like completely oversimplified explanation of what we have right now is large language models, which we just dub as AI because it's easier to say than LLMs or large language models. They are doing that. They are identifying patterns and then using the input that you give to it to give you the, give you a result, identify what that pattern is and give you like, what's the end. I'm struggling to articulate this. So this is another thing. If I'm struggling to articulate this goes to show you that I don't know everything about it, and I'm not as knowledgeable in it to where I can just quickly off the tip of my tongue here, the tip of the moment, articulate it. I'm fully admitting and being transparent with you all that I don't know everything about it. I'm not fully knowledgeable or as close as like somebody that works at like Anthropic or OpenAI. They have better insight on this type of stuff than I do. So I would say the best people to get an idea on this from would be engineers that are building the models, working on the models and the tools around it. They likely have the most accurate and best take than anybody else in terms of like knowing where things are going and that type of thing, and trying to predict the future. I don't think we can predict the future when it comes to this AI, like this future of like AI becoming a real thing and AI replacing jobs to the point that people are talking about right now. And the reason I don't think we can predict that is because of the fact that these large language models are non-deterministic. So with programming, you write a function, you write it in a way that given certain input, you will always get the same output. That is not the case with large language models. You can give it the same input 100 times, and yeah, maybe 90 times out of the 100 times you get the same or similar answers. Keep in mind, it might not exactly be the same. It might be worded differently. It might, coming to the same conclusion, but then there's 10 times out of that 100 that it doesn't. I'm just making up numbers here. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's not 100%. That is for sure. That you're going to get the same result, same conclusion, given the same input from that you provide to a large language model. So because of that, I don't think we can really predict exactly when it's going to happen. In my opinion, I think the point at which AI actually starts replacing us as humans in various forms, especially when it comes to like work and jobs and careers, is when we reach AGI, like true AGI, artificial general intelligence. And I think, again, this is all my opinion and I'm speculating here. So once we reach artificial general intelligence, then it's going to start really impacting jobs to the level that everybody's hyping things up to be. And I don't think we're going to get to AGI until we can make quantum computing more accessible and more resource, like more accessible in the sense of like cost, the resources needed to even just run one of those things. Like there's only few people and companies that have the resources and capacity that are working in that space of quantum computing, and it costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of energy and resources, and you got to keep it at just the right temperatures. You know what I mean? Like it's really fragile right now. And so once that gets to a point where we can use it kind of like we use CPUs, standard CPUs right now, then I think we'll get to the point where machines can start having artificial general intelligence, like true intelligence beyond what we can do. And at that point, that's when it's like, oh shit. Right? So all this stuff, all that to say, I like the good parts of AI. There are some bad parts of it, like the energy consumption of it, the potential of impact it's having on industries and that type of thing. And like, just the ethical aspects of it that come into play. I'm aware of those. I'm cognizant of those things. And I'm in agreement that we need to address those problems somehow. Do I think that that's going to happen? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now, because of the state of the world and because of the way every country handles things differently, we're all just sprinting in this direction. And it's like almost like an arms race, right? It's like it's an AI race. Like which company, which country is going to, reach the peak potential of this technology, and whoever does is going to win. But at what cost, though, is like my thought process of it. Is like we see lots of the detriments of this technology. Like when you talking more generally speaking now, outside of just coding, like image generation, video generation, impersonating, and all that, the detriments of that, like impersonating people, or like what happened on Twitter where it was able to like undress people. All these things are not good. And we just keep pushing it and pushing it without putting any type of like guardrails in place, like serious guardrails that can prevent these detrimental things from happening. And so because of that, I think that's going to hurt us long-term society in the grand scheme of things. And so again, I'm calling that out. Like, yes, I like AI for coding purposes. I don't really use it for, the only other use cases I have sometimes is like when I'm researching things, and I like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like way back when I was having a problem with my fridge, I used it to help me troubleshoot and think outside the box of like trying to figure out how to fix my fridge. I gave it the model, the make and the model of the fridge. It was able to access like the manual and stuff, like stuff that I normally would do Googling myself. It just sped that up for me, basically accelerated the workflow I would go through. And that's another use case that I use. So I use it in that capacity, and then I use it in coding capacity right now. I don't really use it for image generation or video generation or anything like that. Because of like, I don't know, it feels icky to me. And I haven't really had a use for it, to be honest. Like the one possible use I've thought about with it is like for streaming, like redoing my overlays and stuff like that. Maybe do some image generation that way, but that's about it. I don't really see any other purposes too, or like creating stickers. I thought about like creating developer based stickers and memes type of thing, and I've toyed with that. Like I made like 1 or 2 designs with it, but I was like, I wasn't feeling it. I mean, this was a while ago too, before the latest stuff, so maybe it's better now. But anyway, that's the capacity of how I've used AI, and I've been using it for years. In fact, when I think about it, we've been using it for years on this stream prior to large language models, in the sense of like what we see today. Like those of you that have been around long enough, you remember, and sorry, I will catch up on the messages in chat. I see you all there, but I'm just trying to get it all out of my mind to talk about this. If you've been here long enough, you know that the overlay, the bolt, like, let me switch my scenes really quick so you can see what I'm talking about. So my overlay changes colors, and there used to be a light bulb that I would shine on me for my streams, and we built out.
Thanks for joining today, Dolphin.
What's up, Dolphin? Good to see you. We're gonna get back to playing the game in just a moment. We're talking about AI, and I'm gonna catch up on things here. I used to have a light bulb that like was hanging right over me here, and you all would be able to send message. Yeah, bulb Azure, right? I was using Azure's oh my gosh, what was it called? It was up in Microsoft Azure. The Frank, you might know, the thing that would learn the language, like it would interpret. Basically, I would send every chat message up into this AI. Thanks for the high five and the head pat, Surly Dev. I used to send whatever the Twitch chat messages were that came in. I would send it to this AI, this this large, what was it? Natural language processing. That's what I was doing. Cognitive services. Yes, Frank. I would use Microsoft Azure's cognitive services, send it up into the natural language processor tool that I was leveraging there. It would determine the intent of the message, and if the intent was for changing the color of the light bulb or whatever like that, then it would call my light bulb API and do the changes against it that way. So that's how long I've been in the AI space. I didn't consciously think about that, and up until like, I don't know, a week or 2 ago, I was like, holy crap, I've really been dealing with AI for a long time now. AI. I'm using that term loosely, remember? So anyway, all that to say, I think there's a lot of fear mongering going on when it comes to AI and jobs and losing jobs. I'm not saying it's not happening at all, but I'm like, the latest article is talking it like very doom and gloom, like it's happening right now. It's going to happen in the next 6 months to a year. They might be right. Okay. They could be right. But all I would advise people is when you see stuff like that, especially if it's coming from somebody that works in the AI industry, take it with a grain of salt, right? Like read it, come up to your own conclusions with it, but keep in mind that this person has an incentive to generate. While I think, I don't want to say that this person doesn't mean it. I think they mean it to some degree, what they're saying, but at the same time, I also think they're biased in the sense of they want to believe it and prove it out. If you work in the AI industry, right? Like all this money is being pushed into that space right now. There's a ton of money from venture capitalists and in the tech industry, like all, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Microsoft, Anthropic, Google, like all those are, just to name a few, are the huge companies pushing a lot of money into it, along with wealthy people that have money to invest in this type of stuff, right? And because of that, they have to make it work to start making a profit and make money. They want a return on that investment. So they're going to publish things that are in a marketing, whether they intend it to be marketing or not, that's up to debate, I guess. But they're going to be pushing things like this and saying this type of stuff to keep the interest and hype high, keep the cycle going, so the money keeps flowing in this part of the industry. They have an incentive to do that. So just keep that in the back of your mind when you see these stories and articles and blog posts and social media that's covering AI and large language models. Especially if it's coming from somebody that's like a CEO at one of these companies that's focused in that part of the industry, they have incentives to drive. They have some ulterior motives in some cases. So just keep that in the back of your mind when you're reading these things, and that'll help you at least kind of try and sift through this age that we're in right now, this era that we're in. And that's what I try to do. So all that from Ayush's question, like, what is my company doing? We are trying to, adjust to the times. Like, we know that companies are starting to use AI for software development purposes. We know that general people that don't have a technical background are starting to do the same thing. And from us being a security company, it is something that we see there's this gap in security. Like, I bring up like OpenClaw, right, as an example. Like, people are some people are technically savvy that are doing this, and there's some people that are not technically savvy that have a better excuse, at least, of not knowing any better and being kind of ignorant of the situation. But they're like giving this thing access to a lot of their personal and sensitive information and data, not knowing that there's significant security vulnerabilities related to that. And so anyway, that all being said, there's this gap, right, of this new technology that's really taking storm right now. And we as a security company want to help people, like, genuinely be able to use this stuff safely. And so that's what's happening at the company I'm working at. Is like, we recognize the change that's happening in the industry and adjusting to that. That's the short answer to it, Ayush. So sorry for the long-winded tangent about AI and LLMs, but it triggered the whole idea of like what's going on, like that recent article, because a buddy of mine sent that to me. He's like, what do you think? And so I basically said the same thing to him about that. Like, so I have some skepticism about it, but I'm also optimistic about these things. I'm also a little pessimistic about things in the sense of, like, what I was talking before. There's negatives and detriments of this technology that I see and recognize too. All right, all that let me catch up on chat here. Biocast says, like it or not, AI is this generation's internet. Yeah, 1994 was a dividing line.
It's about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
A dividing line, either learn the internet or be left behind. We're there again with AI. At least learn it and understand it or be left behind. Yes, I'm right there with you, Biocow. Yeah, it's not going away. We can't deny, like, there's no stopping it at this point because of all the other things that are pushing it. Like I said, money, it's like an arms race a little bit, all that stuff. So there's no stopping it. So we have to adjust. And that's the biggest thing that I learned. I feel so fortunate that I learned at an early age and early start in my career, is that, like, I cannot be so fixated on, like, basically not be so fixed minded. I can't have a fixed mindset. I need to have a growth mindset. It's funny, my past job, Frank will know what I'm talking about, kind of articulated that whole thought process, like gave it a name, growth mindset. And the idea behind that is you're not so...
1 minute on Twitch.
We need to pause this because I need to finish talking here. I can't pause my ad right now. All right. Well, watch on YouTube if you want to listen to my tangents. Go on still. But we cannot have a fixed mindset in this world. Like, we have in this industry, we have to have a growth mindset, meaning I can't be like, I'm just a JavaScript web developer and I don't do anything else type of thing. And I only know JavaScript really well and HTML and CSS. CSS is not true. I don't really know that very well. We've seen that clearly on my stream. But you get what I'm saying? There are people that, like, before AI, there were people very dogmatic and, like, overly protective of, like, I'm a Java developer, or I'm a C# developer, or I'm a Python developer, whatever, right? And then they get very defensive when they hear about new programming languages, new technologies that are gaining traction, and they try to downplay it because they're afraid. It's really coming from a place of fear. They're afraid of how it's going to impact them. Think about it. They spent so much time becoming really good and proficient at that programming language that's their livelihood too, is built on that. Like, their whole identity gets encompassed in it. And I don't blame them for that. I understand where that's coming from. But at the same time, because of that, it leads them to be fearful of change, fearful of things that could impact all of that. And we have to be nimble. We have to be able to adjust as best as we possibly can. It's hard. It's not easy. I definitely struggle with it. Even having some consciousness of this type of mentality, I still struggle with it. But in any case, the point I'm getting at is same thing's happening now. It's like AI is here. It's not going anywhere. We have to adjust. We have to learn it. We have to get better at it and be proficient at it so that we can use it for a future career, a future role, potentially like that, you know? Crackwork says, I'm a prompt engineer. I mean, maybe. Yeah. that could be it. That could be what comes of this for engineers now. So, because I just listened to an AI podcast, and yes, ads are coming. Oh yeah, I already saw it. I got an email from OpenAI about ads coming to the ads are coming to the free tier and like one other tier, maybe. But like if you pay for the pro OpenAI's pro tier or higher, you're not gonna have any ads or something like that. That I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think it's gonna be a good thing. Let me put it that way. Yeah, will not be in the response, BioCow says, at least not at the start, right? For now. They say that it's not going to influence anything, but they're using what you prompted to give you probably targeted ads. So you got to watch what you're putting in there. And I feel like even though they say that they're not going to do it for paid people, they're definitely running the technology against paid users' accounts for sure. All right, catching up. Workout says, I like AI, but RAM prices. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that'll stabilize again. Leica says, we also are in the golden age of AI, I think. Can't wait for them to start shoving ads and garbage marketing down our throats for queries where the answer given is paid for by corpse instead of the best answer. Yep. I hear you on that. Podcast says, like it or not, AI is this generation's internet. I've read that already. Certainly does. The hands are coming from the wrong side. Oh, in the commands that you did. Yes. Okay. Biocal. AI named my dog. Not kidding. Had a few names we were considering. Wife put them into ChatGPT. Instead of picking one, it recommended Benny, which actually fit. All right, there you go. That's fine. Leica says, I have used ChatGPT to write up a nice email to customers. Very helpful. Yeah, sure. That's cool. Biocast says, sad part is people think it's always right and don't double check. Yes. Like another detriment to this is people are, especially young people, are leaning on things like ChatGPT and the other chat-like AI services that are out there for things like relationship advice or dealing with their emotions, like for therapeutic type things. And that to me is it's clearly, we've already seen it. It's very dangerous where the AI encourages kids to do harm to themselves and that type of thing. That definitely worries me. And that's, yeah, it's one of those things on that side of like, yeah, I'm for AI, but we really need to have guardrails in place because look at this exact thing that's happening. Like it's all like, this is actually happening already right now. And we need to have better things in place to prevent that, you know? Biocos says, I do like Copilot in my Outlook. Nice to type. Yeah, sounds good. Meet you tomorrow, 10 a.m. And it turns my caveman grunts into sentences. Nice. Dr. S knew what to feed it to get good output. What's that about? Need to know how to use AI. Article, when common folks use AI as a doctor, it's right 30-ish% of the time. When doctors use it, the same patient, it's right 90% of the time. Garbage in, garbage out. Yes, which is why like I tend to lean on AI in the space. Somebody put this, somebody deeply tied to the AI industry, like working at one of the big companies, I think put this into words at one point. I was like, that makes a lot of sense to me. And that's how I was, again, I wasn't consciously thinking of this. That's just how I naturally kind of started how my use of AI gravitated towards this way, is that like I lean on it for things that I know about, because then I can be confident in whether it's got something right or not, it's accurate in its result or not. Whereas like if I ask it about medical stuff, which I have done before, it's actually proved us wrong. Like me and Mrs. Clark have tried it. We're like, oh, let's just bounce this off of AI and see what the health about a health thing, like a health question, and it steered us in the wrong direction. So if you use it in a way that's in a space that you're already knowledgeable of, it's great. Like it's Frank says it's still super powered and fast Google research. Yeah, for sure. Certainly developers cannot cry about AI affecting developer jobs. Why do you say that? Oh, because let me read your message before that. It has come full circle, says Surly Dev. Developers have been automating processes and jobs out of existence for years, and now it's come around to affect us. This about travel agents. When airlines got online and people could book directly, travel agents were impacted hard. However, jobs have changed, and now those people now do something else or pivot and find a way to add value. Yes. And that's what I think at the point. So while these articles, like the recent one from this AI CEO guy, while I don't believe them to be true or to be like what's actually happening now or anytime soon, I do think it's possible. And even so, though, like even if that is possible, I think that means, like I was saying before, you have a growth mindset as a developer, you adjust, you pivot, you do what you need to do to keep yourself upskilled in the areas that are valuable to the industry that you want to work within, and you will be fine. You'll figure it out, right? So in this case, I think traditional engineering jobs are going to morph over time to maybe what Frackberg said, prompt engineers, or, you know, like AI agent overlord type of like orchestrators or something like that. Like you almost like project managers, but like you're an engineer with an engineering background instructing AI agents on what they should be building and doing, and then checking those results, right? So I think there's going to be less of us handwriting code and more of us engineers going to the route of like managing code, managing projects, reviewing things, making sure it's all heading up to par, and you know, that type of thing. I think that's what I predict. That's my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm not like greatly confident in that's definitively going to happen, but that's where I feel things are going to lead to when we get to that point where, you know, it could truly take the jobs of engineers. I don't think it's there yet, personally. I've been using it, and this guy was talking about Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.3 Codex, which are the two latest models from Anthropic and OpenAI, respectively. I've used them, not extensively just yet, but what I've seen is very similar to the previous models from a coding perspective. So, but, you know, as I dive into it more, maybe it will prove to be as good as what he's talking about in there, and then I'll be wrong. You know, it is what it is. Like it says, I basically felt like I was... I should just switch to talk scene here, right? I basically felt like I was procedurally training it the whole time. Yes, that definitely... I spent 2 hours trying to get a lightning node set up, and it kept looping back to the same mistakes, required a lot of intervention. Yeah. Because it's super fancy autocomplete. Wait, you said, no, it's a super fancy autocomplete? I see. I somewhat agree with that statement about AI large language models now. I think it oversimplifies it a little bit, but yes, that's like, it's a decent way to describe it. All right, I finally caught up back to Ayusha's original question. Scrolling back down in chat. If I missed your message, please feel free to send it again. I won't be upset about that. But you all, those of you that are familiar with me, know that I like to make sure I get to all messages, give responses that are warranted, and all that. Hello again, Dolphin, if you're still there. I see your message in chat. Biocast is very soon, but will not be in the response, at least not at the start, in terms of ads, right? Frackberg says, honestly, I use Claude to help me track down an issue with Sonar Cube yesterday. It was super helpful keeping me from spinning my wheels because I'm not super familiar with Sonar. And that can happen too, right? Yeah. I think you have a higher, like, there are going to be successes in those situations where you're not an expert in something and you lean on AI and it does help you, but just the one thing to watch out with that is don't get overly confident in it that it's always going to be like that. It very well could have gone in the opposite direction for you in that situation, Frackberg. Thankfully it didn't, and that's good. But it's just like, that's the other thing, is like, we all are, myself included. You see it be successful, give you the correct answers, and it builds up your confidence in it, and then it could totally pull the rug out from underneath you in a way. You get what I'm saying? Frank says the money needs to get in, like Prime TV. There are ads now. Yep. Like I said, so not only are we training the models, but also paying for it. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I have no confidence that they're not training for the people that are being paid, even though it says that they're not going to train on your data and your input and all that type of stuff because you have a paid account. I don't trust these companies. And I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I don't trust the companies that say, hey, yeah, if you pay us, we're not going to train on your data. They're still training on your data. Like there's to give you. Oh, here's a perfect example of this. This happened recently, and it has to do with like the halftime not the halftime, the Super Bowl commercials. The one from Ring. Did you all see that commercial with about the finding the dogs? That one almost got me because I was like, oh, this is a cool use case of helping people find their lost dogs. And then I'm like, they have another motive there. And I find, it clicked like within a minute or so after seeing the ad, or after having that feeling of like, oh, this. I was like, mother, almost fooled me with this. They're telling you like, oh, you just opt into this and that's all we're going to be using it for. Or in this case, just pay for your subscription to our ChatGPT or our Claude or whatever, and we won't train on your data. BS. And the example of this, the Ring, to talk about it, who was it? There's this other security guy, Matt Perry or something like that. I forget his name. He showed it where like, even if you pay the subscription to, or you don't pay the subscription to Ring, where it records your doorbell camera, you assume that only you have access to your video feed, right? You would think. But a case in point where that came up, there was some type of incident that happened where authorities needed to get access to someone's Ring doorbell camera footage, but they didn't have the paid subscription thing. But they were able to still, after about a week or so, come up with the results, the recordings from Ring or whoever it was. I think it was Ring as well. So it goes to show you that even though they say they're not storing your video footage for your doorbell camera, they still are somehow, some way, because they were able to produce that to the authorities in that particular story. I'd have to look it back up what he shared. It was some dude in security that I follow on socials. So with that in mind, at least I don't believe them when they say they're not training on my. That's why I'm also try to be as conscious as possible, or like thoughtful about what is it that I'm putting into this AI, because I know it could be used. So keep that in mind as well. I know this has been a long tangent. We were supposed to focus on some other stuff today, but this is how it goes. What I missed in the chat there. Biocast says, no, was way back to you. Somebody said AGI was here. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Chat jumped on me a little bit. I lost where my position was. Oh, we're talking Frackberg. Help me net. Like this. So not only are we training the models, but also paying for it. Yep. We're all beta testers now. Like us says Frackberg. Like us says, I did end up trying out the cheapo $8 plan to see what it was like. The free plan started to get annoying with the 5 message limit or whatever. I got you. Yep. It's funny, they sent out a survey. They were looking for things like getting access to banking to make purchases, make vacation bookings, etc., automated with billing and setting up doctor appointments, etc. How interested would you be? I said no, pretty much at all of them. Yeah. I mean, this is what's happening right now. What's being tested on us right now as a society in general across the globe is like, how much are we willing to sacrifice of our privacy and security for convenience? That's what's being truly tested today. That's what's being tested in all different ways, not just in AI. How much are we willing to sacrifice our own privacy and security for convenience? That is being ultimately tested, like to the maximum right now. It's crazy. So it just says, I'm using Microsoft Copilot app heavily at the moment to get to grips with my new job, getting it to review and summarize store procedures and help me write scripts quicker than I could before. Yeah, it's awesome. It's stuff like that where I'm like, AI is amazing. This is fantastic. We're able to be more productive and efficient as engineers, at least, for probably in other aspects, but I can speak to in this industry. It's pretty amazing. That's a huge plus. Frackberg says, I wasn't letting it make changes. I was having it help me track down where things were. Okay, I got you. May says, it was on the news today about the Ring and privacy. Oh, okay, yeah. So this says, oh yeah, not exactly a win of the week, but since I was here the last time, probably early December, I got a new job, and because it's a SQL developer role, I can write C# code in the evening, and it doesn't feel like work. I feel invigorated and energized again. Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear that, Surly Devin. Congrats. Thank you for sharing. Like it says, I think Amazon stepped back on the Ring thing because of the backlash. Yeah. I think I saw that too. I figured they probably would, but they're just doing it just for PR probably, and then they're going to figure out another avenue to get what they want. Crackberg, they're not storing it for you anyway. No. May says, yep, Nest and the... Oh, it was Nest. That's who it was. It wasn't even Ring. It was Nest. Good call. Thank you for reminding me on that, May. It was Nest and the kidnapping case in the news now. Yeah, that's what it was. With Savannah, that news anchor, Savannah Guthrie, her mom got kidnapped or something, right? And the mom didn't have a subscription to Nest video storage. She just had the doorbell camera, the Nest doorbell camera. And Google was able to pull up that footage. Like, what? How? Why? I mean, in this case, it's helpful, right, for authorities to find out who kidnapped this woman. But on the other hand of this, it's like they're not supposed to be storing that stuff. You're under the assumption that you're not paying for storage of your video feed, so why are they storing it? That's the other thing. If they're storing it anyway, why do you have to pay for it? Huh? Make it make sense. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason I just don't see it, but as of right now, I don't like. If you're going to store it anyway, whether I like it or not, let me have access to that storage. Certainly to have another one of the week. I got a ticket for the free developer conference DDD North later this month. Oh, that's awesome. So I'll be meeting with like-minded people for the day and learning new stuff. That's awesome too. Congrats. Another win. Thank you for sharing that, Surly Dev. Biocast says, humans literally train on other people's data all the time. Watch any musician or director interview and they will list their influences. I don't get the backlash. Yes, I think you're right on that. What do you mean? Like, was there something that I said that, humans literally train on other people's data all the time? What was I saying? And I feel like that's different though, right? Like, is that different? I don't know. I feel like that's a challenge to my thought process now. And that's good. I like that. In one sense, I feel like it's like, let's take musicians for instance. Like if somebody publicly publishes their music, they have that intention for it to be public for other people to hear and see. Whereas in this situation, if I am sharing something private about my health, let's say with ChatGPT, just as an example, my expectation is that should not go any further than with me and in that session, that instance of ChatGPT. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the difference here in that. Like, so I think you bring up a fair point potentially here, but I think it's a little bit of a, you know, like a false comparison, because a musician knows what they're doing. They know they have the intention to publicly share this music, and it will influence and have an impact on other people, other musicians and other just consumers of music that want to enjoy that for entertainment purposes. Whereas in this case, I have a right to my privacy. I don't have an intention for, not that it's being publicized, right, to that level, but like it's being made available beyond what I expect it to be or intended for, without my consent, or at least my making it very obvious consent, right? Because that tends to happen too, right? They might have it buried in their privacy policy, or they might change their privacy policy, in which case then that gets retroactively applied. You know what I mean? Like there's all those sleazy things that companies do in that regard. So in that case, like, I think you got to be in line with me here, right? Or in agreement on that, is that that's different than what you described in terms of humans training on other people's data all the time. That data is, there was intent for that for the most part, I would say. Maybe there's situations where it's not. But in the example of a musician, their intent is they know what they're doing. They know that is going to be publicly available and lead to people being influenced by that. Do you agree? Disagree? What are your thoughts on that, BioCow? Totally Dev says maybe it's like the blink camera. Crack versus, I don't know. I heard about it, but didn't read it myself. Okay. Frack versus capitalism gonna capitalism. Yeah. Leica says there's no local storage. There's just a 500 gigabyte SSD. So if you change your mind, you can pay us later to turn it on. Okay. So it says maybe they were able to pull the footage from storage in her house. Like I have a USB hub in my house that stores my blink camera footage. No, it was a Nest camera. Nest doesn't, as I mean, I'm familiar with the Nest camera, and it doesn't have an SD card that you can even put into it and do like, keep it all local to your network type of thing. It's either through Google or not, essentially. Biocast is the backlash on AI being trained on public data. Oh, no. Then yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Or did I say something to indicate that I had an issue with it doing that? I forget now. Sorry, I was just talking public data. I got you. Okay. Frank says, win of the week, my NAN node was approved and published by NAN. This one's like, nice. Congrats on that, Frank, and thank you for sharing. Because I agree on private. Okay. Like it says, it is a consent thing, but also laws only matter if it falls under your governance, not stopping copying. Because says, no, I think I misunderstood. Sorry. All right, no worries. Yeah. Maybe but I'm also saying. What's up, Night Coder? Thank you for that. I was thinking I might be misunderstanding as well, BioCow. So it's also like I'm trying to catch up with the different streams of thought and conversations retroactively by going through past chat messages. So that's, things are a bit disjointed for me too here. So I lean on assuming that I just misunderstood myself. Nightcoder says scammed out of TTS. What do you mean? Yeah, it gets knotted quickly. Yep. All right. Enough of the jibber jabber, I guess, for me. I didn't hear the get good, Brian. Oh, you didn't? I heard it in my ears. Try it again. Or you could just do exclamation point get good.
Get good, Brian.
Leica says, I usually respond to what you're saying in the moment. Oh, sorry if it is. No. Just don't take it like any fault of you all. It's just the nature of streaming, right? Like I'm going to go off on a tangent and I try to get my thoughts out before I jump back into responding to your questions. And then I always want to make sure if you're here, my whole thing with streaming, not everybody agrees with this. People get annoyed that I do this. I've had people come in and say like they get annoyed about it. But like my whole thing is if you're going to come to my stream and spend time out of your day to watch and listen, and I'm talking about something and you want to share your input on it, or you want to talk to me about something and you're going to send me a message in the chat, I'm going to read that message. That's one thing where I'm like, I'm glad that I'm not this, larger streamer that has like hundreds or thousands of people trying to chat with them, because then there's no way I would be able to keep up with that and do the same thing. So I make anyway, in any case, will you read all the messages, every single one? Yes, I do, Surly Dev. I don't necessarily read them all out loud. I try to, even if it doesn't add value like this one. Yes. Because I want people that are listening to know because maybe they're not watching the chat. So I read it out loud. That's another reason why I do that. They might just have the tab open in the background and they're focused on their work and they're just being kind and listening in because they're interested in the conversation, or they just want to support the stream and have the stream up and give me that view. All that stuff. So I try to give back, Because it's one of the things I appreciate about Clarkio, pays attention to chat even when I'm being done. You're not being dumb, BioCow. I appreciate that though. I'm glad that you appreciate that and that it doesn't go unseen. Nightcoder says, heard it then. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you, Nightcoder? We were just going off on a tangent about AI and the impacts of it on the industry and that stuff. And you're catching the tail end of it. We're closing that out, essentially. But if you have thoughts on it, feel free to share if you want. Surly Dev says, well, tell those not reading chat that I said hello to them. Surly Dev says hello to you all that might be just listening to the stream. If you'd like, take a moment. If you are one of those people, I don't know. If you are one of those people, I don't know if we'll get any takers on this. If you are somebody that's just listening to the stream right now, not actively focused on it, can we just for a second interrupt you to see if this is true and type a message in the chat that says hello back to Surly Dev. Hello Surly Dev. We'll see if that's anybody, because I might be doing it for no purpose at all. There's nobody doing that, but just in case somebody is, you know. Frackberg says Surly Dev, he has been reading my comments for like 7 years. I've never added value. That's not true. You've added value, Frackberg. Look at that. Well, BioCow, you're chatting with us. You're focused on the stream. Frank says, love you, Surly Dev. They're all now muttering, Surly Dev can go say hello to himself. Nycar says, on the fact that product owners are using coding IDEs. No, we were just talking about the, I don't know if you maybe saw the recent hyped up article about from some AI CEO that wrote about how he feels AI is going to take everybody's jobs eventually, especially the coding industry. So this says, love all my digital friends too. Some dude. Yeah, May, some dude. All right. On that note, I have about 26 minutes. So maybe we can play words on stream while I spin up a Twitch chat bot. I think I can do that in 26 minutes. Maybe this is better. In a surly manner. Hello, Surly Dev. Okay, I've really only been a couple months longer than you. Or what? Wow, what does it say? You've been following since May 2019, Surly Dev? Dang. I started, so you've been following since the early days. I started January 4th, 2018. Streaming on this channel, streaming programming and gaming on Monday nights. I used to do beer and game nights on Monday nights. All right. Mike says, well, thank you for the recap. It could be true, but then wouldn't that be a good thing? So we could all have more free time to make the world a genuinely better place? Theoretically. Theoretically, yeah. Sunday marks 7 years, Frackbrack. Wow. That's wild. It's a long heckin' time to know somebody. All right, let me get this. Let's reload that. Well, happy Clarkio following birthday in advance for Sunday then. I wonder what if I do that command? What happens? Clarkio is not following Clarkio. There we go. That tracks. I'm not following my own channel. How dare. Oh yeah, watch time. What's my own watch time? 2 months, 1 hour? That doesn't add up, does it? I'm here for every stream. For what? 8 years? Does that add up? If I stream on average 4 hours every week for 8 years, how many hours is that? Does that add up to 2 months or whatever it said? Uh, 4 hours once a week for 8 years. How much time is... Let's see. How do you calculate that? Not even AI is giving me an answer to that. 800 hours? Okay, so How many days? 800 hours to days? 800 hours to days is 33 days. So a month and 3 days. That doesn't seem to track. Approximately. Oh, because you did four times 50. Okay, we need to do 4 times 52, which is 208 times 8 years, 1,664 hours. So that in hours to days is 69.33333333 days. Right? So we take that in months is 2.27793 months. So I guess that's right. What was my followage again? 2 months, 1 hour. I think it's pretty close. What is a month though? True. Yeah, do you count it as 30 days? 31 or 28? All right, enough of that. Let's get back to words on stream. Glad you don't work for a bank, says Bauka. Yeah. All right, load up. We're on level 25 right now. Going. Oh no, we're going to level 28 next. It just loads. You do work for a bank? You're an AVP? Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. I was trying to figure out a good layout here to have both open. I think this could work.
I just need some time now to get things clear now, to get rid of my doubts, to get rid of my fears.
All right, let's continue.
I just need some time.
You're still giggling?
Things allowed.
Oh, is this Sasquatch? Haunted.
I do what's best for me,
Sharded.
what's best for you. But if you fall, who's next to you? I
Harder.
do what's best for
Harps?
me and best
Sharps.
I know it
Sharp?
hurts 'cause I'm hurt too.
Okay, got that one.
Neither you.
Rapids. Hey, there we go. Like a hardship. Shepherd? Shippered? Hip hop?
I just need some time now, need to figure out now if they still
Alright.
away for love.
Let's see what model. I want to use Opus 4.6 for this.
And thanks for joining today, Code with CM.
What's up, Code with Sean?
If it's worth to wait,
Deerfield Beach, Florida next week for the work event. How you been? I've been good.
what's best for me.
How have you been, Code with Sean? You got a win of the week?
But if you fall, next to you,
Let's go into plan mode first.
me and best for you.
The goal is to create a Twitch chat bot that other streamers can add to their chat. Twitch streamers need to be able to authorize this chat bot to have access to read and send messages in the chat room. It needs to respond to chat commands as well. It needs to connect, to be able to connect to many different Twitch streamers chat channels separately and manage them separately at the same time, running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right, so we're gonna come up with a plan for this, okay? That's what we're starting out. I'm not gonna try and just one-shot this. Goals to create a Twitch chat bot that other streamers. Anything I'm missing in this chat, you think? Like just the basics of it, and then we'll worry about adding in the features to it. I need to be able to add new commands or feature ideas that come up for users in the chat to use for interacting with this chatbot. I think it's good. Start there. Let's start with the plan for that. You'll need help on this one while I'm waiting for the bot. Adorns. Acorn? Roads. Country roads? Avoids.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Alka.
What's up, Alka? Good to see you, man. How you been? Getting already targets Node. Should we use TypeScript or Node.js? Yes. Ooh, Alka, what timing? Which Twitch library should we use for chat connectivity? Torpal or TMI.js? What a crazy coincidence. What the heck, Alka? What's the coincidence, man? It just prompted me for that. Don't feel obligated. I pretty much exclusively use TMI for any time I'm interacting with the Twitch chat. AI is listening. Yes, May. AI is listening. Popular but essentially unmaintained. Shots fired, Alka. Oh my gosh. Twerple. Modern, actively maintained, first class. Does it not know about your new TMI one? There's a third option. Yes. Tell me what's the third option? Isn't there TMI 2.0? What do you call it again? I forget. It's been a while since I've done anything with Twitch API and all that. I'll type in tmi.js/chat. Well, so, all right. So heads up on this though. Like the purpose of what we're trying to do is create a chat of 24/7 running chat bot that people can add to their chats. Kind of like how Nightbot gets added or Stream Elements bot, that type of thing. So would that be sufficient? Because says, I have a website for Twitch, but I just rely on pre-made bots like Nightbot. Yeah, can't imagine building a bot. So BioCow with it. I guess I'll go look it up. I think event sub is the way to go instead of IRC. Does Twerple support that? Why am I zoomed in there? Sorry. I did it again. Twerple. Twitch. Let me see. Interact. I'm looking on my other screen. Interact with Twitch's API. Yeah, it does have event sub. So we're gonna go with Twerple on this. Sorry, Alka. What the heck's at my door? Yeah. Hold on, chat. I gotta get the door.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today Kirk_. Thank you for the 70 long months of subscribing idubesman.
All right, I'm back. My mom sends stuff for Valentine's to us. This was a delivery like that. Mama Clarkio. Shout out to Mama Clarkio. All right, where were we? What does it say? Oh, for storing streamer authorizations, bot state, and command data. We're gonna go with Postgres. That's what Supabase uses, right? Because I'm gonna use Supabase. Focus on decide later. Yeah. Okay. I like this new feature that's in all these AI coding tools now, where it prompts you like that. I noticed that Codex, which I also have on here, and Claude Code do the same thing. For streamer authorization, how should streamers grant your bot access to their chat? The authorization code flow requires a small web server with OAuth redirect. What does this say? Streamers get a code on screen and paste it somewhere. No web server needed. No, I want a web server. Bot runs on a small web server with an OAuth callback endpoint. Streamers visit. Yes, that's cool that it notices that. Ooh, all right. We need help. We'll need a small HTTP server for OAuth callback and potentially a dashboard later. Which framework? I want to say Bun and Hano. Bun.js with Hano. I'm gonna do that. Oh, it's picking up WoS. How does it know about WoS? That's kind of creepy. Include WoS game commands too, like WoS, score, join, leave, etc. Need to know the game mechanics. No, we're gonna go basic skeleton right now. That's a little creepy. AI is listening. Yes, May. You are on to something there, May. You keep saying it. I know you believe it. Alka says Twerple/chat is still just an IRC client. Oh, okay. I looked at their repo. It says interact Twitch's API, chat, Twitch's API, chat, and subscribe to events via PubSub and EventSub. That's what the repo says, at least. Do they do all that over IRC still? Oh, they have Twerple event sub HTTP, listening to events using that, or WebSockets. Seems like they try to do it all. They being you, since you're a contributor, I see on there. Get rid of your Echo Dots and Google Minis. Yeah. No kidding on that, huh? Oh, what's up, Kirk? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. Oh, what does it say? Let's see.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. Huggins 7000.
Oh, and Huggins, good to see you too. Welcome in. All right, so we got phases. There's phase 5, phase 1. All right, here's the plan. Twitch multi-channel chat bot, WoS plus bot. A multi-channel Twitch chat bot built with Bun and TypeScript using Twerple for Twitch interconnectivity, Hano for the OAuth web server, and Supabase for persistence. Streamers authorized via OAuth 2 authorization code flow. The command system is file-based and auto-discovered for easy extensibility. Deployment strategy is deferred. Phase 1, project scaffolding. Initialize Bun project, install dependencies, create .env with required variables, and then create a config to load and validate all environment variables with Zod. Okay, so it's doing verification. Export type config object. Phase 2, database, Supabase. Design Supabase schema. Create these tables. Channels, which will have ID, Twitch user ID, Twitch username, access token encrypted, refresh token encrypted, scopes, is active, joined at, created at. I don't know what those are going to be for. Is active. Command cooldowns table, which is channel ID, command name, last use, per channel rate limiting. I don't know if we need that, but all right. Create Supabase TS, initialize Supabase client, export type to query, helpers, get active channels, insert channel, deactivate channel, update tokens. Okay, that sounds okay to me. It sounds good. So far, so good. Phase 3, Twitch authentication. Create source auth, bot auth TS, set up refresh auth provider from Twerple auth for the bot account. Identity, the account that sends the messages, uses the bot's own access / refresh token from the environment variables, handle token refresh, and persist updated tokens. Perfect. Create the OAuth file, which is going to do the OAuth 2 authorization code flow helpers. Get authorization URL and state. It generates Twitch OAuth URL with scopes like chat read and chat edit, and the redirect URI. Then it's going to exchange the code, exchanges auth code for access and refresh tokens via Twitch API. And then state parameter uses a random nonce stored in memory, map with time to live to prevent cross-site request forgery. Okay, sounds good. Look at that. It's considering cross-site request forgery security in all this. Nightcoder says, do you bother with type safety, linting, and or pre-commit hooks before you implement a new plan? No. Do I think that's a good idea? No. Gotta go, says Leica. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, Leica. Appreciate you being here. And thank you again for being a user of WoS Plus and providing feedback like you have in the past. Alka says, I believe Twerple is still missing event sub conduit support, which is unfortunate. Ah, okay. Where was I? CSRF. All right, create OAuth routes, source web routes, Hano, redirect streamer to Twitch authorization page, receives code, exchanges for tokens, Stores channel in Supabase via upsert channel. Joins the channel. Show success page. Simple health check. Chatbot core. Create the client, which will initialize the Torpal chat client with the bot's refreshing auth provider on startup. Get active channels from Supabase and join all active channels. Export methods. Join channel, part channel, and send message. Okay, that makes sense. Manages the lifecycle of channel connections. Track join channels in a map. Handle join part connection, log it per channel. Token refresh. When a streamer's token expires, use their refresh token to get new ones and update Supabase. Graceful. I can't speak. Been talking too much. Graceful error handling. Banned from channel. What I want to do is, did it write this plan somewhere? Because I think it needs to store it, because the context, I'm already at my context window, I'm already at 45%. If you could see that up here. So this is a key for folks that are new to using AI or not. I guess you can compact the conversation, which is one way to approach this, but I'm using this chat session just to do the planning. And what I want it to do is then write the plan out somewhere that another agent can then reference for each phase. Because even if, I mean, I could probably get away with doing like maybe a couple of these phases, but then it probably will eat up the rest of my context window and then I'll get stuck. All right, let's keep reading the phases though. Oh, Dubsman. Why didn't that go? I didn't see that earlier, or maybe I stepped away. Thank you for the prime, buddy. 70 month resub. That was 9 minutes ago. My bad, man. Probably someone asking about his cat's extended warranty, says Coach. Your dog perked up with my dog. What was that? Biocow says I'll have to look into TMI.js. Never heard of it. Yeah. Alka is behind TMI.js and also contributed to the Torpal one too. Shoot, I didn't see what time it is. All right, I gotta start wrapping up, chat. So Dubs, Clarkio, get the agent to create a roadmap.md document for a manual of features or a manual of features and to work from that. Yes, that's what I'm planning on doing. I want to review. I'm reviewing the plan first. Then I'll have it.
And thanks for joining today, Fred_the_cat.
What's up, Fred of the cat? Nice clear too. Did you hear it that time, May? All right. Level 36, best for today. Keep it up, Chad. I'm not going to end it for you. All right, so I'm going to read here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish reading this plan. Then I'm going to tell the AI to write the plan to a file that can be referenced by agents in the future. And then I'm going to, if you all are still going and haven't failed by then, I will switch to just like words on stream mode scene, and I'll step away and then come back later after I get done what I need to get done. All right, that's the plan. Nightcoder says, do you take advantage of Kodo or TaskRabbit for PR reviews? I find they catch bugs. The coding agents do not. I have not. I've used Kodo before, which was previously named Codium. But I've not used it in like my PRs for PR review. And then TaskRabbit, I'm aware of it, but I've not tried it out personally. I have used GitHub Copilot to review PRs up in GitHub, and I've had some success with that. But that's the extent of what I've kind of done there. Nightcoder. What about you? What have you done with it? Do you like one over the other? What's been your experience? I know you said it does catch some of the bugs, but do you prefer one of those over the others? All right, so that's a chatbot core. Wire up chat event listener on message on event. Chat client, parse the message from the command prefix, look up the command in the registry, execute it with context. Extensible command system. Define command interface in this. Very good. Create registry, auto discovers all TS files in the handlers, imports them, registers by name, aliases in a map, Create initial commands in there. Add cooldown middleware before executing command. Check command cooldowns table. Okay, that's fine. Application entry point. Load config, initialize Supabase, spot auth, chat client. Mono. Join all active channels, register graceful shutdown, and then developer experience, add bun run scripts, project structure.
Thanks for joining today, Groversaurus.
What's up, Groversaurus and Copper's Beard?
Today, Copper's Beard.
Is that, are you related to Copper Beard? Copper Beardy? Happy to have you both in here. Welcome in. Also start bot locally in a browser, complete Twitch auth, verify the channel appears in there, and the bot joins the channel. 2+ test channels, verify bot is present in all channels simultaneously. Sensibility, create a new file. Exporting command, restart bot, verify dice works without touching any other file. Wait for token expiry or force it. Verify bot automatically refreshes, graceful shutdown.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Royal_.
Hey, Roy Lisi, how's it going? All right. Good to me. Before starting, don't start implementation yet. Please first write this plan to a file that can be later referenced by other agents to quickly get up to speed and keep track of progress made with this plan. Oh, you all are going to fail on this one. Perfect timing.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Hey, you got one.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Code by Mistakes.
Hey, good run.
For joining today, Jeffs_hat_stand.
Wow, we got so many new first-time chatters in here. Appreciate you all being here. I'm gonna leave it running on that note then. Thanks for being in here. Thanks for playing. We'll run it back. Let me switch scenes though, because I got to step away. But if you are new here, welcome in. Happy to have you here. I'm your host of the show, Clarkio. I stream every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time here on Twitch and YouTube. And I've been working on this tool that you see me sitting inside of right now. So that I didn't build. That is the folks over at On Ryzen TV built this game along with a bunch of other really cool games. So if you like streaming and you want to stream games that other people can play from the chat, go check them out. You could go to wos.gg to check out this game. But as I've learned to play this game with the community and other folks that are like hardcore players of this game, I came up with this tool that essentially automates a lot of the stuff that people would manually do to make the experience of playing the game more accessible to new people and even advanced people too. So that's the short summary of it all and what I built here. I'm going to leave you all to it so you can keep playing if you'd like, but I have to personally step away, and then I'll come back in the chat and before I shut down the stream and we go raid another channel. All right. You're gonna need to restart the exclamation point R.
The ad is starting now and will go for 100.
All right, though. But on that note, though, for everybody that's been here chatting, lurking, appreciate you all. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream. If you were just, if you subbed or did some channel point redemptions, that type of stuff, interacted with me, I really appreciate you being here, showing up and hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it and got some value out of it.
For joining today undefined_process.
And I'll leave you all to it.
Welcome in and thanks for
Holy cow.
today, Lurky Dad.
I hope you...
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Thick Cliptographer.
Happy to have you all here. Thank you, everybody that's joining in for the first time. I hope that quick summary gave you an idea of what you can expect on the stream. If you haven't done so already, or you enjoy what you're seeing here and what I'm working on and want to see more of it, be sure to follow down below. Or if you're watching over on YouTube, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on the future streams. On that note, though, I will see you all next week. It'll be Friday.
For joining today, the unoriginal jerk.
Next week, Friday the 20th at 12:30 p.m. right here on twitch.tv/Clarkio, youtube.com/Clarkio. All right, everybody. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Peace out.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Kmbini. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, DJ_Surly. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, my _friend_asks. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, a_friend_asks. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Procrastaholic. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Little Indies 77. Welcome in and thanks for joining today. Iconatl 4 stick. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Gen 1044. An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch. An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch. ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
Hey there, friends. Jeff Fritz here, and I want
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Suigi.
See emerald skies, imagination over time. Say you need to go find yourself. What if you stay this time? Won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Stay with me and let's see. I can see the way you move. Please don't be afraid. I can see the lies weren't true. We can find a way. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Stay with me and let's see. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. Silent Knight 8606.
Clear.
was walking through the desert, searching for the truth. Left everything behind me, went looking out for you. Walking through the daylight and sleep under the moon. Watch every single sighting, a mirage just seems to move. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. If you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight. Went swimming in the ocean, don't know which one it was. I was diving to the bottom, searching for your love. I heard it was a treasure no one has ever seen. You hide inside a locket, buried in the sand beneath. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. If you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight. Stay tonight.
ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch. An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
going deeper. Hey, yo.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today FR3CKL3D1.